It's a miracle! Fastra, rejoice! Can you believe it, that fast person? I don't know if the stream can hear you. Hold on. Let me turn this down a bit. Hello, Throlin! Welcome in. You are indeed first. You get the honors of being the official first comment. How are you doing, Throlin? Stick Amethyst as well. Hello. I'm trying to make it so you guys can hear the Fastra. There we go.
Oh.
Now you should be able to hear her.
I was rejoicing over the fact that I am Quasimodo football again.
I know, right? Which Omori should I choose? The fast?
The one that has the longest play time.
20 hours?
What's that? Oh, I think I remember. Okay, yeah.
The first one you told me to make, like, just in case or something.
Yeah, file
like
3.
In case I branched off.
Yeah, so file 3 is for the branch.
File 1 is the original one.
Okay.
Way back when.
Yeah, so the 20-hour one.
I remember we're in a weird place right now. It's like a weird forest maze with some guy.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to the Lost Forest, where you find things you never knew were lost in the first place. Or perhaps they're forgotten for a reason.
What do you think, Stra?
They were forgotten for a reason.
So there's a lot of branching paths I can take in this part of the game. This is more of a maze-like type game. This is like the first maze type game that they have ever made. 1, 2. Where should I go, Fastra? You've seen the game, so you know where to go.
I have absolutely no idea.
But you said you like this game. You should know even the maze type portions.
Go farthest left. Start from there.
Farthest left, okay. I trust you, Fasts. Omori. I'm gonna change my stream title real quick.
What is it now?
Just look, you'll be able to tell. Go to Twitch. What the heck? Yes, this is true. This title couldn't be more correct.
This is a maze. Maze type game.
Yes, it's a maze type game. Because, look, every time I try to go to the far left, Fastra, it just loops me back up here. So this is like a maze type game. It's a joke based off of the fact that Death Stranding, the first one, they said it was the first Strand type game.
Oh, what?
Strand
I don't know
type.
what Strand is.
Like in the title, Death Stranding. So that's the first Strand type game. This is the first maze type game. You see what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully that helps clear it up. It's based on Death Stranding. Throlin says, wait, have we been here before? Are we lost? That's exactly the questions that you should ask in a maze type game.
Can you...
Oh,
go ahead.
I was about to say, Throlin, were you here for the... Have you been here as we played Omori? It's been a minute, I know. So if you don't remember, then I don't blame you. It's been a little bit. The difficulty spiked of the game. The difficulty just spiked. Oh, I found a new place. I beat the maze type game.
You're still here? You must have either given up or you have fully embraced your fate. A confession, perhaps, but I'm not the one to tell.
What? What does that mean?
He's just speaking in tongues.
I think I was a while ago, but I have terrible memory with certain games. That's fair. It was. I feel like you definitely could have been there. I just have to check the VOD. I wonder when the last time I played this was. Let me check. Wow. I did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Twisted Wonderland streams in a row, Fastra.
Last time we played it was September 19th.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, more Twisted Wonderland. Fall Guys. Random piano playing. I remember that. Fall Guys Fall. Editing. Twisted Wonderland again. Fall Guys. Mario Wonder. Tetris. Omori, September 19th. It's Fastra may be gone, but we continue to dub. How could it have been that long, Fastra?
Time passes by way too quick these days. Like, you're just sitting there and then boom, a whole month flashes by.
Uh-huh. It's crazy. But this is a hallmark of maze-type games, is confusing dialogue. Alright. Well, good thing I'm good at mazes.
There was a boy wandering around here before, very similar to you. He went into the darkness and never came out.
Uh-oh. Basil?
How regretful it must have been to never find what he was looking for. Be it regret, defeat, or confusion, no one will know.
Oh, Mori. More like bro, Mori.
Hey,
Aru, welcome. Can I get a true? Yes, you can. How you doing? Welcome. I'm gonna go to the right again.
I've seen lost and I've seen blind, but the combination is unsettling. Perhaps you are hiding away from the right way.
What is this boy talking about?
Morals are lost on the wicked. How does one define malice without intent? Why do you continue down this path when it's most certainly not the right way?
Fortnite OG was 2 years ago. Time does go by quick. I've never played Fortnite, so I can't relate to that, but 2 years ago, I can see that being much shorter than it actually was. Feeling much shorter than it actually was. Aru said, doing good, about to take a shower and try to finish out my JP homework. Nice. Good luck, Mr. Aru, and hope you enjoy your shower. I hope the water feels nice.
There is an old saying about wasting time when living a life that is not your own. Dreams can feel like that, like this forest, lost. Sometimes when we hide things from ourselves, we create different truths and eventually forget our way. Have you found yours yet, or are you still lost?
This is now an infinite type game where it's infinitely new stuff. He just says infinite amount of things.
Forget all you will, or try to. Darkness manifests whether you are aware or not. Hide the uninhabitable behind ignorance and watch your lie fall. The darkness surrounds you, and it is a terrible thing, but your truth has guided you. How much longer can you keep it? This journey is too arduous for those faint of heart. Do you wish to leave, children? I will not blame you.
I think I've reached the end of the infinite type game. Alright, now I can... I went through all his speeches. What is this thing? It's a little creature.
Shadow
Ghost
bunny. Oh, Ghost Bunny.
Kind Cal lost 16 juice. Pass to Hero. Let's go, Cal. Come on, finish him off, Hero. Aww. Oh, look how much health he has left. What a joke.
What the?
That's what I'm talking about. Woo! Hero grew to level 13 and learned fast food. So he suddenly was just like, but what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Why do you think he learned that?
He probably just watched the clip.
Let's check it out. Fast food. Acts first, healing a friend for 40% of their heart. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's see. A foe targets you. I don't feel like I'd ever use that. I mean, I guess it'd be nice if I wanted someone to stay alive. Removes an emotion. Reduces the foe's attack. And then heals 75% of their heart. But the other one's nice because it's axe first. I'll switch it for that for now. And see if how that goes.
See you soon, Throlin.
I shall be back. Going to eat, but keeping the stream open. Thank you. And enjoy your food. What is it, if you don't mind sharing? You can let me know while I fight this ghost bunny. Woo, woo, woo. Bonk. Got him. In one turn this time. Cal grew to level 13. Fastra, why didn't you warn me about this part of the game?
I didn't remember it too much.
Woo, woo. Boom. Everyone. Yeah. Got one. Let's finish this bunny off. No health left. Yay, 1050 XP.
Nice. Ooh.
You picked up a pearl. Think it's a snack. It's a snack for a clam. Pretty calcium that's used in jewelry can be sold for clams. Ah, I see. Not all those who wander are lost, but I sure am. This bunny keeps patrolling the area like he has some sort of duty. Okay. Uh-oh. Stop taking away my juice! Got one. Got another.
What would you do if you met a shadow bunny and a ghost bunny in real life?
I wouldn't hurt it. It seems very chill. As long as it didn't do anything to me, I would let it chill. I tried to pet it, but probably couldn't. Omori grew to level 14. Aubrey grew to level 14 and learned Power Hit. Let's check out Power Hit. An attack that ignores a foe's defense, then reduces the foe's defense. That sounds pretty good. If Aubrey's attacked, she attacks. Ah, cool. And attacks a foe and becomes happy. Makes a friend or foe happy. Can she pep talk herself?
I'm not sure.
Ooh. New area. Oh, jeez. Fastra, this is tough.
Maybe, is it wherever there's a bunny floating around?
Floating around. Maybe. Oh, I encountered the bunny. Oh, hydrate time. Thank you. I have hydrated.
How was the free crumble cookies that you had today?
Ah, those are pretty good. A lot different from the normal ones, but still good in their own way.
Did you get?
I liked it.
Did you get 2 of them?
Yeah, there was 2 little cookies, 2 thin cookies in the little bag they gave us.
Yes, that's what I got too.
It was really good. I heated it up and had it with milk.
I hadn't eaten all day, so that was I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have one right now, and then I'm gonna eat the other one at home with a microwave. But I just ate the other one because I was just so hungry, and it was like, let's see, what time was it when I sent the crumble cookie picture?
I don't know, Quasimodo.
2:33.
I'm glad you're... Oh, you hadn't eaten all day?
Yeah, because I woke up and then I went to get my eyebrows done. And then from there, I went to the library and finished 2 library books because I had them for months. And so I just sat down and I finished them. And then from there, I went to Crumble Cookie, and then I ate. And then from there, I went to Costco, and then I had a slice of pizza with some lemonade.
Yes.
And then from there, I picked up prescriptions of medicine, and then I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
And I took a shower.
Nice.
It was
Oh, nice.
long day.
Yeah. Kel grew to level 14. Good job, Kel. And so did Hero. I can't go in the direction of the bunny this time.
Why not?
It's nothing down here.
Why isn't the bunny leading the way anymore?
It seemed like it was working, but now there's no. It's not.
Oh?
You have reached the end of the lost forest, but the beginning of the truth. I will tell you a story that has been lost through time. A story about the creation of this reality. In the beginning, there only existed two, the dreamer and his room. The dreamer grew weary of his room and created a door that led to many different worlds. Walking the path as a visitor to these worlds, the dreamer would come and go as he pleased. Slips and falls, tumbles and drops, the dreamer's curiosity and clumsy exploration eventually led him to a certain world. One not like the others, one painted with chaos and bathed in darkness. The dreamer slowly became filled with dread. Quiet as they may have been, words of malice quietly crept into his mind, whispering lies, secrets, and truths. Powerless to silence the noise, the dreamer manifested benevolent entities in his different worlds. Then he compounded his worlds above the dark realm, sealing it with their combined might. Yet despite his valiant efforts, the darkness's presence never abated. Even with new allies, the darkness continued to scrape and scratch at the back of the dreamer's mind. The noise might have subsided, but it never went away. The dreamer could run and bury away his fears, but one still has to face his own reflection. What the dreamer had created was something he could not be a part of, something outside himself. The dreamer's own power was his greatest adversary. Knowledge, or the absence of it, would become the dreamer's greatest gift. To truly escape the perils of his own faculty and ascend to a blissful state of ignorance, only then would the noise cease to agitate the dreamer's sanity. So, the dreamer took on another name and chose to forget himself. From that time on, the dreamer has lived amongst us, simply as an inhabitant of this world, traveling along blissfully, ignorant of his own fabrication. Children, I must warn you, as with all things that are born in and out of this world, an end will threaten this one too. Though the dreamer may have subdued the inexorable, the darkness grows still. No bandage can stifle an eternal wound, and there will be a time when its influence will bleed through. Forgetful the dreamer may be of this peril, a peril never forgets to be. Yet the end of this world may be an inevitability. The dreamer is the only one with the ability that can truly set this world free.
stood in the fire. He became a letter.
I didn't remember that, like, speech.
Uh-huh. It was a little confusing. I didn't quite get what he was saying.
Well, the dreamer is
There's a...
probably, you know, the main character. How he, like, created this world and is trying to escape the darkness. And by doing that, he just having ignorance, so he doesn't have to think about the darkness.
Mm-hmm. You didn't say the letter in the chat.
Oh. I don't have Twitch open.
Why not?
Because I was letting my phone charge by my bed because my couch charger charges really slow. So then once I was gonna migrate over to the couch once my phone got a good little percentage.
Man.
Here, what was the letter? I'll type it in. I'll type it right now.
I think it was X.
Brr?
How do you even check that? Oops.
I don't think it was X.
Oh yeah, you're right. H?
H.
It kind of looked like an X. Whoa.
What the?
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh.
I remember I already did this.
Yeah.
Which way is forward? Fastra, this has become an incomprehensible mess.
Oh yeah, you're
Maybe
finding train tracks for the thingy.
Oh, yeah. Why did it just drop a little bit of lore on us like that?
I think that part is optional.
The forest I just did?
Think?
Whoa, why is he so OP?
Oh my gosh.
There you go, pal. Why is she just so done with this? What did I do wrong? Aubrey, do something! Oh no. Well, I'm missing a piece here, so maybe I need to find that. Is this bear a friend or a foe? It's a foe. Rare bear. Whoa, Kel. Bonk. 190, let's go. Oh my goodness, this guy's tough. Omoro! Only 115 that time. Come on, Aubrey. You can do better than that. Auberson! Survive! Yay. But now I'm out of juice. Alright, he's almost down, but so am I.
You got this.
Scary. Oh no, Moro blacked out. I forgot that if he dies, then everyone dies.
Yeah.
Wait, why is it starting me at this blasted battle again? I want to just leave.
You can do it.
How do I run away? He's so strong. I need her headbutt. I only have 20 juice from Hero, so he doesn't have very much healing available.
Yeah.
Alright, Kel's out. Omoro really needs to learn how to tank these hits. Cookie! The last thing Kel did was annoy Aubrey, and then he died. Aw, I can't do fast food. Oh, Moro, stop doing that! Why does he always target Omoro?
So he's an angry bear.
I'm gonna have to use fast food, so that way I can heal right away. No, I'll use the headbutt again. Alright, fast food. Oh, I don't know if it'll be enough. He might still die if he gets targeted. Oh, he slashed Chiro instead.
Okay.
Oh, he's almost gone.
Ooh.
But what if he hits Omori? Is there anything that makes her go first? No. Oh wait, this one. That way he doesn't attack Aubrey. Yeah, she sacrificed herself. How many times do I have to hit this blasted bear? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna die if I don't hit first.
Just hit first.
Heals 80% of heart, sure. Hey! No! I even healed! Oh, this is impossible, Stra. I'm stuck in a bear loop.
He'll keep be like Doctor Strange and persevere through the endless loop.
Oh, jeez.
Thurlin has a message to say.
I am back, and I'm so full I could sleep for 10 years. Buffalo chicken strip sandwich is what I had. I heard you asked what you asked before I left. Ha! Nice. I'm glad you heard it. That sounds pretty good. I'm glad you had a nice meal. This is impossible, Throlin. I'm fighting a bear who is actually impossible to kill. They made him impossible to kill. He's called the unkillable bear. Alright, Omoro. We just need you to survive. Ah! He just went straight for Omori. That was not right. Bonk. There we go. Alright. But if I get another hit, I'm dead. Oh, jeez.
Mr. Bear, I've come to bargain.
Nice. That's what I'm trying to do at this point, because trying to beat him normally is not working. Alright, there she goes.
No!
What does calling them do again? I forgot.
Yeah, you have to look in the special hero guidebook.
Now, why, Kel? Why are you going first? Kel, you're dead!
Ow.
Call Omori. Let's see what happens. Oh, juice. Okay, that's something. I don't know if it was worth it. This is... Oh, he's only half... Oh, oh jeez Louise. Oh! Cook for yourself. Oh, okay. Might as well attack again. Alright, Omori, can you tank another hit? Oh, he tanked
Hey.
it! Attack again. Oh!
You always get him to right before.
Slash!
Oh, dang it.
Ow, that hurt. Oh, this is a nightmare. I didn't mean to. I just saw a friendly-looking bear, so I walked up to him. I hate how I start with such nerfed everything, and no one has full anything. It's just awful.
Maybe make him, like, sad, the bear. Are you able to change his emotion?
Probably.
Because anger makes it, the attacks more powerful.
I see.
Or let's say, what emotion is anger powerful against?
I don't remember.
I think sad. I have to pull out the chart again.
Yeah. Oh, Hero's out. Oh, he's sad now.
Mr. Bear, I've come to bargain.
And I saw stretching time. I didn't see that. Thanks. From France, wherever that is. Ooh, I got a good wrist pop. I knew I felt it coming. Headbutt again. Just regular attack. Yay! Bonk! 6 damage? So that's the keys? You have to make him sad?
I guess so.
What is past to Omori? Oh, just a hit. Wait, Omori got happy. I didn't mean to do that. No!
Gotta read another sad poem to him.
Ah! Oberson!
No, no, not Oberson.
Oh. Attack again. Yeah, only 18 damage. He's so weak when he's sad. Uh-oh.
Weird way to fight a bear, but if it works, then have them watch a sad anime.
Oh yeah, and then he'll become super weak. It's a good idea, Throlin. I won! I beat the bear! That I already...
You escaped the bear
fought.
loop.
That was awful. Hey, pal. Cook. For you and Obs. Alright. Not making that mistake again. So this is the pile of rubble that Aubrey is just so done for some reason.
Do you have any of the tracks to put in?
I don't think so.
Okay. So angry is strong against sad.
Oh, so that's why Aubrey was really strong. It's kind of hard to remember.
So if you, and it said happy is up speed. So if you want like Omori to attack first, you make him happy.
Okay.
Ba 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 ba.
Plant is a potted plant! Finally. Whee! Where's the missing track, though? Because it's just gonna go into that point, and then what's gonna happen? I forgot.
It's like in the Minecraft carts. Oh, I thought you'd go
It's the
back.
bear. Planty the potted plant is not concerned with me. He's just sitting there. I guess I need to find the missing track so I can break through this thing, and then Aubrey will stop being so done with it. Where's the missing track? What the what? Maybe this way? Planty the potted plant, stop following me. Oh, it's this place. The weird spider cat things that come and take my friends and put them in a web. Hey! Oh, I did it. That one's always the hardest for me for some reason. Ah! Ah! Ah.
You'll be. I'm folding my clothes because the dad.
Oh!
Oh.
What did you just say about your clothes?
I'm folding my clothes, so you might hear some like sounds. But I'm still watching.
Oh my stars. Quite impossible. Aye! Ah! Oh. This is my least favorite part of the game with these ugly cat spider things that catch you and just put you back to the front.
Alright, I'm pretty sure you're on the right track.
The worst part is I did this before, and now I don't know like if I'm going the right way or not. Oh, snap! Whew. What the what? Where is this? It's just a nothing.
So I guess I know one of the pieces were there, so maybe you already found that piece.
Oh, I want to just play the game again. I don't want to be in this forest forever. Ah, jeez. And I just want to pop my wrist again. It felt nice. So there's nothing up here.
Do you have a matchbox?
I don't think so. Oh, yeah.
You use those to light the candles, apparently.
How did you find that?
Looking it up.
I would have never thought to light those things. This game gets a big Chungus sigh out of me. Ah! Get away from me, you freak! No! No, 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 no! What happened? Oh! If I touch it on my own volition, it shouldn't reset, because I am touching it myself. I'm having power over it. I love the fact that the candles unlight after I get caught. Whose idea was this part of the game? Like, let's just put this in the game.
It was my idea.
That one goes out. Do you see it? Oh. Why did it go out? Do all of them go out?
I'll check a video guide when I'm done with the shirts.
Wow. It just lights and then unlights. This whole time I was trying to light them. This is impossible. Yeah, it just goes out. There's no two ways around it. Got him. What the? Dang it. Nothing over here. Yeah, I got nothing. I got to an impossible part in the game.
I'll help you in a little bit. I'm almost done with my laundry. Oh no, I'm unmatched in a sock. One sock is missing.
Oh no.
Where did it go? I unload. Oh, here it is. Never mind.
Good.
Okay. Now I have finished all my laundry.
Good job.
Whee!
You should just watch that guy who does Super Mario 64 videos.
So I'm pretty sure you already got the one that's in the same room as the person who wants the teddy bear.
Yeah. Are you able to find anything about how the candles just go out? I think my game is glitched. Warrior's level 15 and learn Trick.
Ooh, what does that do?
What is... Deals damage. If the foe is happy, greatly reduces its speed. Interesting.
Do you have a magic bean?
What kind of question is that?
It's something you can acquire.
No.
Okay. So, wait. Let me see. So, like the area with the candles and stuff.
Oh, yeah, I have it.
Oh, that means you were probably already here.
This is totally bunk. Can you Google why is my Omori candles going out?
They're supposed to go out. They're going out in the thing. It's supposed to be a temporary thing, so then they're distracted, and you can go past the spider.
They ignore it. See, look. Turn it on. He just went right to me. So that is a bunch of baloney. I remember there was another room where when you lit it, then the spiders went onto it, but these things don't care about it.
Okay.
It's just, it seems pretty pointless to light the candles.
So, wait, but if you already got it in the area where they were drawn to it. Yeah, because it doesn't look like there's one here. Are you sure you got the one below the teddy bear?
What do you mean below?
Like there's in the top right corner. You talk to the person who wants the teddy bear, and then you just walk directly down, and it's there.
I can check. I don't really remember where that is though.
Yeah, so it was like down below.
Where?
Oh, you already got that one. I don't understand.
I told you. I done already did it. This is Impossible. I have reached an impasse. Maybe I'll just stream Fall Guys instead.
No.
Why is Omori doing this to me?
And then you already got the one with the spiders that go to the candle. And have you like talked to the empty space? Like to see if anything will go in there.
What do you mean talk to the empty space?
Or where the railroad track is? Like maybe if you already...
Yeah, it just says it's missing a piece. At least I'm leveling up, fighting these enemies.
Yeah.
Hero is level 15. I found a little watermelon.
Oh, nice.
I got a granola bar. Maybe I can put the granola bar on the tracks and it'll act like some tracks. Oh, I found it!
What?
It's here.
I literally just got to that part in the video I was watching.
How did I not get this one? It was just to the left here. I think I was so focused on following the track that I did not see this way to the left. It's oh my goodness.
Yay, you found it before I said anything.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to open up my laptop now. To open up the Twitch stream.
Yeah. An uninteresting book. Hey. Never mind. Demi. What to read? What to read? Sigh. I've read every book on this shelf over 20 times already. If only I had something more interesting to read. Go, 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 go! Yay, you got a wooden track. How is it so obvious? I thought it was gonna be some hidden thing, but it was just right there. I was just randomly exploring. I thought I was backtracking too far. I was like, it's not going to be back here, but it was. That's a relief. I was losing hope. I was going to have you say, I actually thought this. I just didn't say it. I was going to say, like, look up, like, Omori missing train track glitch. Because it just felt like it had to be like a glitch or something, because like I thought I checked everywhere, but apparently I didn't check everywhere. I did not check that one area to the left, and it was very obvious once I found it. But I have to fight this plant again, because I ran into him again. Attack again! Oh, finally! That was cumbersome. But I'm a little ashamed because of how obvious the solution was. I don't know how. I need to like watch the VOD and see me just walk right past that part. Because I need to know how that happened. Alright. It's go time! Oh, yeah?
I was going to get a Costco, like, full pizza. Oh!
Oh, yeah!
Oh, I actually heard the applause.
Stick amethyst. Oh, you heard it?
For the first time.
Thank you, Stick Amethyst. I'm glad we got the piece and we can finally move on.
Yeah.
Why didn't you get the whole pizza?
Because I can only have like 2 at a time before I get full, and then like I have to like jam it into my fridge. You remember?
Yes.
I like had a meal for the next few days.
I know, and it's for a cheap price when you count that it's a whole pizza. And a good pizza that you like.
Yeah.
So, I would have recommended getting it.
Yeah, I kind of got sucked into one of the tryouts, and I bought one of the tryouts because it was delicious.
What was it?
Pure organic 28-layered fruit bars variety pack. Made with real juice, purees, and juices.
It's a fruit bar?
Mm-hmm.
That does sound pretty good. Roland said, a Costco whole pizza sounds so nice, but I'm too full to think of any food. That's fair. Yeah, me and Fastra got a whole pizza from Costco when I visited her, and we had pizza. We were able to make it multiple meals. It was good. All right, are you ready, Stra?
Yes, let me sit down.
I'm gonna do it.
I was like wandering.
I'm gonna finally do it.
Do it.
Do you want to set down a wooden track here? Yes. All right, let's do this thing. After I heal.
Stacy.
Stacy, ahoy, ahoy.
Ahoy.
Multilingual. Ahoy. Oi. She meant today in Spanish.
Oh.
Hoy es. What is it?
Jueves.
Jueves, yeah. So Stacy, I was looking everywhere for a train track, but it was just over here in this little area right here. It was so obvious. I don't know how I didn't go there first. Hi! Welcome in. How you doing, Stacy? We're doing some Omori for the first time in a while. I can see why I stopped at the spot I did. It was a little confusing, but I overcame it. So let's see if we can bust through this thing. Or if Aubrey's still gonna be miffed.
Do they have Costco's in England?
Oh! I smashed through! Whoa. Where are we going? To a castle?
Yep.
Yes, we do!
Hey! When was the last time you went to Costco? I went just a couple hours ago, and I wanted to get a whole pizza, but I didn't. Like, I literally was, like, on checkout. I did tap full pizza, and I just had to do pay, and I was like, no, I'll just get a slice. So I just got a slice.
Not the right choice, Fastra. Come on. Oh, look!
Doo-doo.
Now I can come back here whenever I want. Uh-oh. They're moving on their own now.
It's been a few months, but I use the petrol station pretty often. Ha ha ha.
Ah, the petrol station! Over here, you need a membership to go, and not everyone can get one. Is that the same over there, or is it open for everyone? Not everyone can get one? What are the requirements over there? Why is it so hard to get a Costco membership? You need a membership to go in, over here as well. It's not open for everyone. You gotta get your special Costco membership card. And then you can go in there to Costco.
Yeah, I got a year of free Costco. I don't know if I'll renew it when it runs out, but I got some gas today from Costco, and it was only $2.20 cents per gallon.
How much is that in pounds?
Probably like $3.59 or 59 pence or something.
Stacy, could you Google how much is petrol at Costco? But Stacy said, like certain jobs and stuff, it's easier to get them, I believe. Ah! Interesting. The logistics of Costco in England. Stacy, you should go to Costco and then take a picture. Like the picture of me when I'm in Costco holding a chicken bake. You know the picture, right? It's my profile picture on Instagram, I'm pretty sure.
So it says that $2.20 in US dollar is 1.68 in pound sterling.
Oh, I see.
Basil, are you here?
Basil! Where are you?
Doesn't look like Basil is here either. Kel's just freaking out.
Hey, look, it's Mari. Hey, Mari.
She left her blanket.
Oh, hello, everyone. I left my blanket. You all made it through the forest.
Yes, it was hard, but we did it.
I'm so proud of you.
Mari, I was so scared.
Aww. Hero. This is kind of embarrassing.
It's times like these I really wish Basil was here. He could tell Hero about how spiders are harmless and good for nature or something. Maybe then he wouldn't find them so creepy.
I'm not sure if that would help him right now.
Oh, Hero. You're going to have to deal with this eventually. These things will only get worse over time.
Maybe I'll naturally outgrow it. You never know what the future brings. She's back on her blanket.
The forest is a lot scarier than the one near the playground. And a lot older, too.
Yes, that photo is so cute. Thank you. The Costco one. You should get it and then recreate it with your chicken bake.
It does have a mysterious air about it, doesn't it? I heard there used to be a huge library filled with books here. But since no one took care of it, over time the library slowly sank into the ground. Like that one episode in Avatar The Last Airbender Season 2, where they're in the sands and then they take Appa and then Aang goes ham on those sandbenders.
I remember that. Who told you that, Mari?
Oh. Just some shadows here and there. If you focused, you could see them too.
Whatever. Reading is boring. Who wants to read anyway?
Where is this library now, Mari? Well, if I were to guess, I'd say it would be right beneath us. Like underground? Yeah. Somewhere around here, probably.
Do 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 do. You would not believe what Throlin did today.
What?
He downloaded Fall Guys.
Oh, Throlin! Fall Guys has called to you, hasn't it? I approve of that. Of that game choice, Throlin. You get prepared to hear woo 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 woo. Oh, he's hyped about it. He's hyped about playing Fall Guys. It's fun. It is fun. Stacy Joanne can attest to that.
Turn back!
I guess it is concerning that there's a bunch of these dead sprout moles.
Stacy Joanne concurs.
Is true. Mm-hmm. Look at this. What the what? Ah! Evil bug. Ah! I looked away right as this thing came. Y'all are not ready to hear the sound effects I have on Discord. Hint, hint. Boom! You got sound effects on Discord? That sounds awesome. And I hope that you're talking about the Vine Boom. The one that does goof. Look at this crazy evil thing I'm fighting. Yes, sir. That's epic. I only know about the basic sound effects on Discord. That's epic that you got. Did you like customize them yourself, or how did you get them?
This
King Crawler.
I turn into King Crawler when I want to put packages into a locker, but then their name doesn't show up in the directory, so I have to deliver it all the way to their door. I turn into that.
Oh, did you see how it's a bunch of sprout moles making up its body?
Oh, I did notice.
A sprout mole appears. Uh-oh. Okay, King Crawler took a notable amount of damage.
The sound effects are from different servers that he joined.
Oh, nice. Feel free to do !Discord and send them in the Discord server. Throw in. Actually, I must say I don't have any sounds in my server, and I actually don't use it very much at all. But you can join it if you'd like. Oh, Opperson! What? Huh. Uh-oh. No, Opperson! It didn't work? Why didn't it work? Not to understand. So if he's happy...
Sad beats happy.
Ooh, ouch. Ooh, 88. 105, let's go, Omori. No, another Sproutmole has appeared. Oh, we got this. We got this. Yeah.
Nice.
2820 XP and 499 clams.
Poor Aubrey not
found
able to
Sproutmole
get
masks. I know, so much. I think I would need an invite to join the server in order to join yours. Yeah, I thought that it would spit one out if I put !Discord, but I guess not. Hey. Copy. Omori's level 16, Kel's level 16, and learned Ricochet. Interesting.
Thorlin hopped into the server.
Hey, nice. I'm glad you got it, Mr. Throlin. Alright, let's go into this hole. Ooh. Sproutmole Village? What the? Oh yeah, I forgot to look at what the Sproutmole Masks does. Maybe it's equipable. Not here. Is it a weapon? No, that wouldn't make sense. Why would a mask be a weapon? Fastra, what was it? It said I got Sprout Mole masks for beating that other guy. Oh, there it is. It just says masks made of sprout moles, and that's it.
It's an important item.
I don't get it. Well, at least I have it now.
These sprout moles are such funny little creatures. I just want to pick one up and squish it. Did you know? Sprout moles really love tofu. I bought some tofu at a tofu stand earlier. Feel free to try some.
You got tofu.
Lipa-pa-da-poop.
Ah, yes. Some juicy tomatoes. Would you like to eat some? Yes.
Ba-ba-da-ba-ba.
You and your friends feel like new. Fidget, fidget, fidget. Hush, hush, hush. What's he doing? This is so fancy. Table full of merchandise of an obnoxious-looking person. Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts. Riveting, Sweetheart. Sweetheart gives it 6 stars out of 5. A Sweetheart production. For Sweetheart. By Sweetheart. I'd check it out.
You remember Sweetheart?
Yeah.
Ah! Hello, strange-looking sprout moles. Are you here to see Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts? If so, you've come to the right place. This sold-out extravaganza spectacular will be starting very shortly.
Wait a second. I know this show. We have the front row show tickets for it. Ah, I can see it now. A dazzling epic tale about the hardships of romance. Heartbreak. Betrayal. The desperation. Loneliness. Oh, the drama. This is going to be so fun. I can't wait to be swept off my feet.
I don't know. I guess it looks interesting, but now doesn't seem like the right time.
But you promised we could earlier. Please, hero, we should at least check it out. Please, 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 please.
Well, alright. Hopefully this won't take too long. Ahem! If I may have your show tickets, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Sproutmole, sir. We have our tickets right here.
Aubrey reached into your pocket and took out the show tickets.
Here you go, Mr. Sproutmole.
Oh my! I can't believe my eyes! These are front row tickets! You all must have made some great sacrifices to be here today. I applaud you. Forgive me for calling you strange looking earlier. At a second glance, you 4 are the most normal looking sprout moles I have ever seen. Please enjoy your front row seats, fellow normal looking sprout moles.
Is it up here?
Yes.
Oh, the 4 chairs there for us.
My love for Sweetheart knows no bounds. sweetheart. She's a goddess walking amongst us. We are so blessed.
Can you play a Among Us sound effect?
Wait, how come?
Because she's a goddess amongst us.
She's a goddess walking amongst us.
Among Us. You heard it, Stacy?
My love for sweetheart knows no bounds. Yay, sweetheart. Sweetheart is perfect. She makes no mistakes. Sweetheart, sweetheart, she's the only one for me. Sweetheart is perfect. It is not alive. I hear there used to be a library here, but then Sweetheart built her stage over it. Who needs to read when you have Sweetheart? I used to only like Sweetheart ironically, and now here I am. What happened to me? A tomato by any other name would taste just as juicy.
What kind of metaphor was that?
S is for stunning, W is for wonderful, E is for extraordinary, E is for exceptional, T is for tofu. Delicious tofu. H is for headstrong, E is for exemplary, A is for attractive, R is for radical, and T is for the best, of course. I came here with my family, but we were separated on the way here. I may never see them ever again.
Yeah, it happens.
Stacy is sus.
Going.
Oh,
You gonna take that, Stacy?
Stacy is sus.
I heard that Sweetheart is actually a donut. I wonder if the rumors are true.
Oh, look at this huge stage! It's just as amazing as I imagined.
She'll take it since she doesn't know about Lord of the Rings lore. And then Stacy got sad. No, Stacy, smile. Turn that frown upside down.
Smile like in the
And-
the Smile movie.
Lore of the Rings. That's so good. There should be a book called that. And it explains it.
Let's take our seats. It looks like the show's about to start.
Sus of the Rings. Oh. Have you, any of y'all heard of Sus of the Rings?
The show hasn't even started and I'm already shaking. Why won't the shaking stop? I gave up my soul for this seat. I gave up my house for this seat. I gave up my college savings for this seat. I gave up my entire supply of tofu for this seat. That's you guys watching my stream. Are you ready to take your front row seats? Yes. Here we go. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a special episode of Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts. Before our show, we wanted to take a moment to honor the life of someone who has been an inspiration to us all. Our beloved leader, Ye Old Sprout. He was truly the father that none of us deserved. Let us have a moment of silence in memory of him. May he rest in peace. And now, on to the show! Last time on Sweetheart's Quest for Hearts, our favorite princess, once again, failed to fall in love with any of our eligible bachelors. This time, we've rounded up 3 new very attractive contestants. Will one of them be able to capture Sweetheart's heart? Let's reveal them now! Contestant number 1 is a local of Sprout Mole Village. He's coming in at 3 feet tall. His favorite food is tofu. He has a huge collection of plastic flamingos and enjoys long walks through narrow tunnels. Give it up for contestant number 1! Woo! Contestant number 2 is, yup, you guessed it! Also a local of Sprout Mole Village. Careful, he's coming in hot at 3 feet and 1 whole inch. His hobbies include walking, running, and crawling. His favorite color combination is brown and green, and he spends his weekends rolling around in dirty laundry. Spicy. Give it up for contestant number 2! Woo! And now for something completely different. Contestant number 3 comes all the way from Otherworld. It's like he just fell out of the sky. Literally. According to him and us, that makes him a catch. Give it up for Snaily. And now, it's the moment you've all been waiting for. Dim the lights, please. She emits beauty. She exudes grace. She truly has the most pulchritude in his face. Yes, you know who we're talking about. She is all that is amazing and wonderful, and she is just about to set foot on this very stage. Please give a big warm welcome to the one, the only, the magnificent, Sweetheart! Oh.
Oh no, there's a blackout. Now what do we do? I have to know what happens next.
Let's wait it out. I'm sure the Sprout Moles will get the power back on in no time. Help! We don't know what to do! Help! We don't know what to do either! Help! 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 Help!
How do you do that?
Well, maybe we should look around just in case.
Just the spirit of the sprout moles took over me. Uh-oh. Okay. They don't have any new dialogue. Where's your circuit breaker? I know where Fastra's is.
Wow. I guess the blackout affected all of Sprout Mole Village, too.
Hero, what do we do now?
Don't worry, Aubrey. This is where my handyman expertise comes into play. In cases like this, we should probably be looking for some kind of backup generator.
It seems you've almost...
This wall is nice and cold. Hey, look at this cool thing I drew.
Nice. A bunch of books, but all the pages are glued shut. Interesting.
Do you think we'll all still be friends after we graduate? Despite all my rage, I am still just a mole in a cage. I have no idea what I'm doing.
Mumbo jumbo. Doors! This room is occupied! I cannot be disturbed right now! No humans allowed! This room is for sprout moles only.
We are two! We are one! We are one! How dare you speak such blasphemy! It is only common knowledge that tofu is better when served hot. Are you mad? Any sprout mole with decent sense knows that tofu is better when served cold! Hey, there's no need to fight. Why don't you two come to a compromise? Who knows? Maybe you're both right. Or maybe you can cook tofu in a way that hasn't been done yet. Somewhere between hot and cold, like, I don't know, lukewarm? Ew. Lukewarm tofu? That's the worst idea I've ever heard. Even cold tofu is better than that. Lukewarm tofu? I want to throw up. Even hot tofu is better than that. How dare you speak such blasphemy?
Oh. I feel like tofu is... I'd rather have it warm, but it's hard to say.
Ah yes, welcome! You must be here to learn about the best culinary feats and sliced bread. Tofu! No. How dare you defy the majesty of tofu! Get out! You disgust me! C'est magnifique! Here's your tofu trivia for the day. It takes 12,672 blocks of tofu lined up end-to-end lengthwise to equal 1 mile. If you wish to know more about the amazing and majestic tofu, feel free to talk to me again. Ho ho! Soft tofu is best prepared raw or drained. It's best for desserts, smoothies, dips, and sauces. Since tofu is high in soy content, it is not good for you if you have kidney stones. There are 4 kinds of tofu: firm, extra firm, soft, and silky.
Have I seen them all now?
Smoked tofu is a great alternative for meat.
don't think I've ever had tofu, like by itself.
Yeah. You would be ostracized in this village. The best way to add flavor to tofu is to glaze it until golden, then add a marinade. It will absorb all the flavors until the sauce becomes syrup that sticks to the pan. Firm tofu can be stir-fried, baked, cubed, and just about anything else. This is because it can retain its shape and still absorb flavor. Silken tofu is creamy and can be used for baking, dressings, sauces, smoothies, and desserts. Might have seen them all. Hopefully I did. Joke! Found a joke, Fastra.
Yes!
Why couldn't the bicycle stand up by itself? It was too tired. Excellent. You recorded the joke in your joke book.
Yeah.
They have a bike right next to it so it can be like, too tired. Oh! Squawk? Who knew these things came in a bird variety?
I could not have told you that.
This is what... Fasher, this was your today. With your laundry.
Yeah.
Swish, swish, swish. Oh, they all have different amounts of leaves. Ah, winter. It may be snowing outside, but winter is a time for friends and family. Cuddling next to a warm fire, sharing stories, sipping on hot cocoa, and most importantly, taking a breather after a long year. Winter is the best season, don't you agree?
Depending on what you
Yes.
choose, you get a special item for whichever season you choose.
Ah. Indeed, winter is the best season. Your agreement brings me great joy. Please have this gift. Winter is the season of giving, after all. You got scarf. I see that you have tossed up your favor in the way of winter. You will receive no gifts from me. Man. If only I knew. Scarf. Defense up 3. Oh, a flamingo.
The humble abode of Rosa. The number one sweetheart fan of the world.
Oh, a Christmas tree. Look at that.
I like it.
Sprout moles, while intelligent, are also very obsessive creatures. As you can see, I lack any semblance of self-control. Oh, because of all those flamingos.
That's me in my apartment.
Christmas is my favorite time of the year, so why not just celebrate Christmas all
That's
the time?
you!
Yes! Do you want to cut the Christmas tree? I'm sorry! I got a present, though.
See,
dude, that's you as
even
frick.
Aru agrees.
And I just cut down his tree. I found literally me, self-insert Sprout Molo C, and I cut down his Christmas tree. All for a present, which I already had 2 of. Now I have 3.
You should like make an edit of like, instead of saying like Sprout Mole or whatever, it should say you, and then you like post that.
Christmas is ruined. No, I'm sorry. Oh, you got a basketball hoop.
It's so hard to get a good night's sleep lately. If only I had something to make the experience of sleeping more comfortable.
Bed. What the? Pick up the pace, boys! We must make haste! We're trying our best, Warden! This is as fast as we can go! Why isn't this working? I feel sick. Just keep running, moles! Nothing gets done without a little sweat!
Hey Aru, what's in your Japanese homework today?
Oh yeah.
Faster, men! We must push ourselves to the limit and strive for a brighter tomorrow!
Time. And daily schedule. I see.
ハルさん、
時間。
今何時ですか?
Good question. 今日 How do you say schedule?
スケジュール。
7時です. Good one, Aru. You passed.
Nanji ni okimasu ka? Wait. How do you say it?
This past tense.
No, I mean like for tomorrow or like just in general.
Yeah, you're right.
See, I'm so bad at speaking it, but I can understand it so much better.
Yeah, better than me. Like during the Twisted Wonderland thing.
So I guess 毎日何時に起きますか?
Watashi 7時は半に起きます. Ah, 7:30. That's a lot earlier than me, Aru. So good on you. But of course you go to bed earlier as well.
何時に寝ますか?
This wire isn't plugged into the outlet. Plug it in? Yes. So it got unplugged, that's why the power went out? Beautiful.
1時.
What I say, moles! Hard work pays off! Now keep on running!
ECG. Do you want to exercise with your friends? Yes. Hey, I was just thinking about that. Like, I was like, there's 4 treadmills on this bottom row. It's perfect for us.
Look at Kel's speed compared to Hero's.
Yeah, Hero had to stop. I get it, though. When I said that, my sensei said, "Osoi desu." Yeah, does that mean late, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's late at night to go to bed. Yeah, I would assume you would go to bed at like Juichiji.
It's because he has to stay up late watching Christmas Bob streams.
Oh, Aru. You're a real one. Like that time you said, I was about to go to sleep, and then I got on. I wish I could move the chat window in OBS, but for some reason it's stuck, and I just absolutely can't. Yeah, yesterday. Why? I hate this. It's stuck on the... I can't move any of them. What the heck?
What's happening?
I can't move my docks. Oh, there we go. I had lock docks on. Alright, I got the chat on the right side now, so I won't miss messages, most likely. Yeah, yesterday, says Mr. Aru. Oh, yeah.
今日は何時に昼ご飯を食べましたか?
Hello, sir or madam. Would you be interested in purchasing some fine tofu? It will cost you exactly 1 clam.
Yes.
Thank you for your patronage.
食べませんでした. Oh, Aru, why not? You got tofu. Isn't this like OP? Because you can just get infinite tofu for only 1 clam?
How much does it heal you?
I think it's like only 5. Yeah.
No. I guess it's good for using like outside the battle.
Yeah, or it doesn't take turns. Locked in on work, I fear. I see. Well, what about Ban Gohan? Hopefully you have had that. I'm so good at getting tofu. Oh, I'm eating dinner in a bit. Costco? Hey, we were just talking about Costco.
Yeah.
Frozen ramen. Nice. I've had snacks like granola. Okay, that's good. Granola, pretty good. I haven't had it in a while, but it can be pretty good.
I
like granola bars.
Yeah, we were talking about how I love the Costco pizza. And I was going to get myself a full pizza, but at the last second I decided to just get a slice.
You believe that, Aru? She was about to get a full pizza, but didn't.
All for myself.
I respect your decision. You should have gotten the
I
pizza.
know, I'm regretting
It's just that simple, Fastra. It never hurts to have tofu on you at all times. I know I've gotten out of plenty of sticky situations with tofu.
With cost effectiveness.
Look at me. Think of the cost effectiveness. Yep. It's such a good deal, Fastra.
Yeah, I could have had meals
like how I wanted...
for the next few days, and I don't know. I guess it was just because I didn't think to get a cart, and I had my pack of 3 milks in one hand, and my little fruit snacks in the other. I didn't want to have to carry a whole pizza box on top of that. And I was like,
Now you know you need to get a cart.
Yeah.
It's worth it.
Look at me. I'm truly the most beautiful sprout mole, am I not?
Yes, you have quite a large...
That's Bill,
if
he was a sprout mole.
Uh-huh. When did I say Bill earlier? Like, Bill... I called him out for some reason.
I don't remember.
Forgot why. How do you go to Cartco and not get a cost? Oh, wait. How do you go to Costco and not get a cart?
Because I originally went to just get milk. I'm like, I had a mission. I was like, I'm going to get milk and go. And
yeah, I guess it would be easier without a cart, but if it's milk, then it's heavy, so you should have just gotten a cart anyways.
Yeah.
What's this guy?
Can you own if you If you
What?
play Fall Guys with friends, can you only have like 4 at a time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you do like the custom games where you can have like, up to 30 people. But you can't play normal matches.
Mm-hmm.
And it was
Someone, please help me! I am in need of a handsome young gentleman. You! Yes! You there, in the striped pants! You magnificent beast! Yes! Oh, ho, ho! Yes, you look like you'll do just fine!
Huh? Wow, why, thank you. I don't know what to say.
Please, kind sir, will you help out a poor, lowly mole? I am desperately in need of your service.
Well, since you asked so nicely, how can I refuse?
Thank you! Thank you, young lad! You are too generous! Please, come this way now! Chop chop!
Wait, hold on. Can my friends come too?
Oh, yes, your friends. You are all here to see Sweetheart's quest, yes? If so, you will all meet again soon enough. Now come, sir. We must make haste. Time is short.
Hero left the party. Uh-oh. I didn't know that could happen.
Greetings, Sweetheart fans. We apologize for the short intermission. Welcome back to our regularly scheduled program. During the break, we regret to inform you that a tragic accident has occurred right here on this very stage.
Aww. Yes.
It is at this time we announce the sudden loss of contestant number 3. We will remember him fondly for the few seconds that we got to know him. He was truly a unique and irreplaceable soul. But the show must go on! Please give a warm welcome to our new contestant number 3. Hailing all the way from the vast forest, it's our hero in shining armor. Get this, guys. Hero's a real hunk, standing at a whopping 5'7".
That's me.
Yeah, he's shorter than I thought.
His passions include baking, cooking, and cleaning. And if that doesn't sound like the perfect man, check out his killer smile and mild personality. And now, once again, it's time to introduce the star of the show. Dim the lights, please. She emits beauty. She exudes grace. She truly has the most pulchritudinous face. Yes, you know who we're talking about. She's all that is amazing and wonderful, and she is just about to set foot on this very stage. She's the one, the only, the magnificent.
Oh. Oh.
Did you see how much Quasimodo lit up during that?
No.
Do it again.
Oh.
What'd you do differently that time? How'd you make it more audible?
Oh.
Quasimodo only lights up when he feels like it. Perfect, Fastra.
An excellent entrance, my liege. Malleus.
I don't know what kind of voice to do.
But you knew about her.
I know. I can't do the Ojo-sama kind of voice. I think Aru could do it instead.
He's gonna join the call. Can you do it again, but without cutting out, Fastra?
Aru, if you could actually do an Ojo-sama voice, you would be, yeah, that'd be cool if you could do it. Because I cannot do Ojo-sama.
Can you voice this line again? I could barely hear it. You're putting your all into it, but you're getting gypped by your mic. It just did. Yeah. It barely went through at all.
You're making Quasimodo angry.
Do it again. Say it, but don't cut out.
Oh, look, Aru can join. Sure. Let's move to the Christmas Bob server.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't want to put him on the spot. Noise suppression is real with the mic. I know. We're in a not Christmas Bob server. But Fastra, this has to be you.
Dang it. How do I fix the mic, the noise suppression?
Is automatic sensitivity on?
Let me check. Wait, where do I go?
Input sensitivity.
I see there's auto sensitivity. Is that not it?
You can turn it off. Mine says input sensitivity and it says automatically determine input sensitivity. It doesn't say auto sensitivity.
Well, I turned off auto. Where should it be?
Like -80.
Mine just has a bar, like a slider.
Yeah.
Like I can't see. It doesn't show numbers.
Not even when you start moving it? Well, then just put it pretty low.
Doesn't make any difference when I'm loud.
That went through.
Yes. It is me. Hello, my stupid, adoring fans.
Yeah, we can hear you still. Thanks, Aru.
We love you, sweetheart! Yeah, you're the best! Sweetheart, we have brought 3 of the best bachelors in the world onto this stage. Will today be the day that one of them steals your heart? Let's start with some questions. One thing that Sweetheart values most in a companion is complete and absolute obedience. Do you, contestant number 1, agree to pledge your allegiance to Sweetheart for the rest of your life? Contestant number 1, what is your answer?
Sure. I don't know. I guess.
Playing hard to get, I see. What do you think about that response, Sweetheart?
Just 3 feet tall. My, that is much too short. Send him off.
Ouch.
To the dungeon.
Hey, what did you say? The dungeon?
Uh-oh. Help me! Now on to contestant number 2. We ask you the same question. There's no right or wrong answer, just answer truthfully. Contestant number 2. Will you pledge your allegiance to Sweetheart for the rest of your life?
Well, sure. If that means I won't get sent to the dungeon.
My word, this one. His very being offends me. Take him away, boys.
No. Oh!
Oh,
Oh, I still got him. Contestant number 3. It looks like you're the last one standing. I'll ask the same question one more time. Again, no pressure at all. Do you, Hero, agree to pledge your allegiance to Sweetheart for the rest of your life?
Well, no, that doesn't seem fair at all. Why would I do that?
my. This one. He's absolutely immaculate. Could it be? Is Sweetheart in love?
What an exciting turn of events! This must be fate, a match made in heaven.
Wait, but I just said...
Yes, you'll do just fine. Now, what was your name again?
Huh? It's Hero, ma'am.
Hero. My hero. We must go to my chambers at once.
Whoa.
I have chosen my suitor. Take him away.
Guys, please, do something!
Whoa, Hero's gonna marry Sweetheart? I didn't see that one coming at all.
Cal, what are you saying? We have to help him.
What do you want me to do about it? I don't want to go to the dungeon.
Cal, you're so useless. Hero! You have to reject Sweetheart. It's time, Hero. Your princess awaits.
I don't think she's going to listen to me.
Just do it already.
Okay, I'll try. Excuse me, Sweetheart. Ma'am?
Yes, my lovely hero. How I yearn for the sound of your sweet voice. Say my name again.
Wow, that's so nice of you. I mean, why do I have to do this? I'm sorry, Sweetheart, but I'm not interested.
Why, whatever do you mean, my prince?
This is all really flattering and all, but, you know, we only just met, like, a few moments ago, and, well, I have to reject your, offer?
Oh, pish posh, don't be silly, hero. I've never heard anything sillier.
It's true. I'm sorry, Sweetheart, but I don't want to marry you.
This is preposterous. No. This is blasphemy. You dare reject sweetheart?
Aru, I'll take his place, sweetheart. Don't worry.
Yeah, just wait till you.
Let's go.
Wait till you see her not little small form.
Oh, we're gonna?
Remember we saw Captain Space Boy?
Yes.
Everyone loves sweetheart. You hear me? Everyone.
Even Aru. If I can't handle her at her not little small form, I don't deserve her. Hashtag real. Yeah, that is pretty real of you, Aru.
Send him off to the dungeon. Hey, stop right there. You can't take Hero. He belongs to us. What's this now? What is a non-sweetheart band doing in the audience? I see. You must be Heroes fans. The nerve of you lot. First, you make a fool out of me. Then, you interrupt me during my own show? I'm the one who makes the rules around here. Guards, take them away!
Oh,
Now you've done it, Aubrey.
oh, jeez.
Ah, man! Now we're all stuck in the dungeon.
Sorry, guys. It's my fault that we're in all in this mess.
No, it's not, Hero. No one could have predicted that would happen. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh! You fools! Don't you recognize me?
Oh yeah.
It's me! The #1 sweetheart fan in the world. I told you that you'd all pay for crossing me.
Curses! We've been bamboozled! I should have known you were behind this, Rosa!
It's true what they say. Revenge is sweet. Now rot, you peons! Rot in the dungeon forever!
Dang it. How are we ever going to get out of here?
We'll find a way. Come on, guys. Let's think about this.
Where do we even start? It's not like they just leave the gate unlocked. Would they? Look at the skibbity toilet over there. This game just got 10 times more epic. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, it has a sword. That's what I thought it was. Oh, Harold. Why does it have a name? Now it's like personal. It's like what Bettel in his stream today, Bettel was talking about how he was playing this online game, and if ever someone voice chatted and said like, "Hey," like, and sent something to him, then he would feel bad about killing them.
Aww.
But like, if they didn't say anything, then he'd just be able to do it without any guilt. But if they talked to him, it became personal.
I'm gonna take out my
just happened with Harold. Oh, that's so random. You're gonna miss Hero growing to level 16. Now we gotta wait for Fastra, guys. I know. We gotta wait for Quasimodo. He's gonna have to climb all the way to the top of his tower to sing his song, and you know. Ooh. Ooh. Can't wait till we get to see the full Sweetheart model. Character sprite.
I've successfully taken out my trash.
Yay!
It's because the pickup starts around at 8, so hopefully I haven't.
Oh.
They didn't come in the first 10 minutes of the window.
Yes. Hero learned homemade jam, Fastra.
Oh, I don't remember what that does.
Oh, brings back a friend that is toast.
Hey!
That's OP.
I'm having my last Yum Earth fruit gluten-free fruit snacks, naturally flavored tropical. These are like nectar.
Oh, did you see how the background?
Because you can't find them anywhere in the stores.
Enjoy, Fastra. Look at the background is different on the photos.
Oh yeah.
That's neat. Smash! You got tofu. Smash! You got tofu. We can go to the Skibbity toilet. Skibbity dup dup dup. Ew, toilet ramen.
That's where Aru's making his ramen later.
Oh yeah, he is having ramen. That's messed up. I know. I can't believe she said that.
That is literally in the game.
I'm so sorry, Aru.
It's literally in the game. I didn't just make that up.
Oh, look! Cal threw a ball and deactivated some spikes. This is not Fruit Punch. Now Aru's never gonna watch a stream again. Who's this little guy? It's like little eyes poking out.
Would you want to go to the royal bath?
I did. And it's not Fruit Punch.
I'm trying to decide if I should do something now. If there's at least 2 people in the chat who say Quasimodo, then I'll do the epic thing.
Read this, Fastra. In your Miss Flamingo voice.
Oh, I didn't realize you were waiting on that. I thought you were just like, okay. The royal bath. Reminder, the pool must be refilled regularly. Okay, that's one Quasimodo. If there's just one more Quasimodo in the chat, then the epic thing will happen.
Look, it's a mole with an axe taped to it, named Marsha. Attack again, Omori. We're gonna take this sprout bowl down. Got him. The gate won't budge. Maybe it'll open for Omori. Nope. Quasi.
Oh. Do you think that should count? Oh. Yes. Okay.
Oh, dog.
Who's ready?
Throw-in delivered. Okay, Bob Fastra. What should I drink tonight? Amaretto sours.
Yeah, that one.
Haru's ready. Let's go. Fastra with the Asgore cough redeem. You got to hear it in all its glory for 50,000 Kirby bucks. She's been saving up for this. Can you believe that? Aru said, wow, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. That's how Fastra rolls.
Yep.
Greg, a special hell for you, my dear. Greg, signed, swoosh.
Let's see what the special hell is.
That's wait. That's Monica's place in Doki Doki Literature Club when the outside window looks all scary and it's just Monica.
What is?
See, Aru understands.
That's true. What? I wish I was there. I could have made it better. What are you guys talking about? I don't get this.
You need to play it then.
Nourishment. Cardboard boxes, for no other reason than to take up space. A vanity, but the mirror makes you look especially unflattering. Hey, that just happened to me today. Beautiful painting of the stars, but it reeks of melting plastic. You can't interact with the boombox? Oh. The Earthbound sample. A telescope, but the lens is covered with tape. A bunch of books. All the pages are glued shut.
Like I'm pretty sure you've heard of like in Doki Doki, like when like she like looks at the like files or whatever and like can see your name and like can see if you're streaming and stuff like that.
I didn't know that.
What? I thought that was like common knowledge.
I don't know anything of, I don't know. I thought she just kind of existed.
Yeah, Aru could explain it better than me, but And like, you know, Gerard T. Rexford, after he played the game, he did an entire stream of him in that place and like just talking with her. And it lasted like at least an hour or 2 hours. I don't remember.
Sounds like something Aru would do. So how does that relate to this game?
Because it said the special hell for you. And that's where Monica takes you.
What? Were you guys talking beep?
We're talking more about Doki Doki Literature Club.
Yeah, I'm saying that you would be the time to stream that special time with Monica. I step away for a few seconds to grab alcohol. And you guys put my name in your mouth.
Yeah, like,
It was a compliment, Aru.
Here, I'll put it in the Discord. So you can, not to watch, but just to see the thumbnail and the length of the stream.
Which Discord?
Christmas Bob.
The one where that Drolin's in now?
See, he just did a whole...
Okay, yeah, I've seen that.
He did a whole stream of him in that place and, like, talking to her.
For 3 hours? 3.5 hours?
Stuck here together forever. So you're gonna be hearing most of this.
Wow.
Well, not really.
Just us. Huh.
Because, you know, it's just Monica in the actual game.
Yeah. I did not know Gerard did that.
Yeah.
So a few years back, I used to have a mod called Monica After Story. What kind of mod was it, Mr. Aru? Ah! Gotta kill Harold. I have a feeling I remember you showing me Monica on your laptop. It's essentially that, except it gives you the ability to, like, listen to her and play things like chess.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, cool. You used to have that on your laptop? Uh-oh, another guard. Marsha again. And you can have nice dresses and cosplays on Halloween. And so remember your birthday and put up mistletoe during Christmas. What?
That's so cool.
That's epic. I'd like to see that. The cosplays. Nice dresses. And your birthday and Christmas. Ah, it was really sweet. It sounds like it. That is pretty epic mod that you had stumbled upon. The gate won't budge. One day, a person from the Smash community messaged me on Discord because my Discord status used to say, playing DDLC 24/7.
Yes.
It's just like how Aru messaged me when I had Fall Guys open, and he's also done it when I had the VTuber program open. Aru likes to call me out for having things open on Steam. But I can respect that, Aru, playing 24/7. Oh, it's the contestants! Oh no! What are we going to do? No one ever escapes the dungeon! Come with us, guys. We'll get you out of here. There's so much to this dungeon. It's like so elaborate. Got him.
now I have 13,000 Kirby books.
Wow, you used almost all of your supply.
Yeah.
That's insane. I sent you a screenshot over Discord DMs. Checking now. Are you always playing Doki Doki, or are you memeing because Monica is life? And then you sent a picture of it? I'm glad you noticed. You have a mod for it. I honestly hate that I finished the game because I wanted to keep talking to her and keep seeing what she'd say. She has some interesting topics. I enjoy listening to her talk, but Monica is life. In this mod, she gets a lot more to talk about, but her base conversations for the normal game are pretty alright too. Quite frankly, I forget everything she talked about, but it was interesting. I remember she said she's a vegetarian, and some other stuff that got me existential, lol. Ah, that's awesome, Mr. Aru. Back in 2019, when you had that conversation. How come I don't see the Christmas Bob server on your list of servers, Mr. Aru? And that screenshot, I'm calling you out. I can't wait till I finally play DDLC so I can see what y'all are talking about with her conversations. It's still getting updates. The mod? Dang, they're committed. Because it has been 6 years since then, so... Wow. Yeah, there was an update last week. Holy guacamole, what are the odds? They must really, you know, align with the Monica's life. Oh no. Kel, come on. Omori grew to level 17, and Aubrey's level 16. Oh, oh yeah. You got tofu. Gate won't budge. Okay, first I'm gonna go check out this area. The Christmas Bob server was made in 2020. I just checked. So I framed you. I'm so sorry, Haru. I framed you. I made you out to be a criminal, but in reality, there was no way you could have been in the Christmas Bob server. I had no idea when it was made, but that's really funny that you found out. Uh-oh.
Hey, it's Mari! Mari! Help us! We're stuck in the dungeon!
Oh no! There you go. Now come here and enjoy a nice picnic with me. I promise you'll feel better right away. Hero, I have a question for you. Was there any chance in the world that you would have said yes to marrying Sweetheart?
What? No way! You know I only have eyes for you, Mari. Ew.
Ew is right, Kel.
He's a coward. Oh, Aru calling out Hero.
Hero, that's not what I like about you at all.
What? It's not? Then what is it?
I can't tell you that, silly. It would ruin the magic.
Okay. I don't really get it, but whatever you say.
Mari, you don't have to worry about Sweetheart at all. Sweetheart is the worst. I can't imagine anyone being in love with her.
Wasn't she with Captain Spaceboy, though?
Huh. Relationships like that are just shallow. You can't compare it to the real deal, like what me and Omori have. Isn't that right, Omori? Omori?
No response. Pickles. You got tofu. Oh, so we can't go anywhere else here. Okay. Oh, that's where it goes.
Huzzah! After countless failures, I finally almost made my escape! All I need to do now is find the exit!
Move! I want to press the heart button, you dweeb. Bro. Oh, Kel. This looks like a job for me, so everybody just follow me, because we need a little Kel throw in action. Woo. Kablam. Nice. More eyes peering at me through the bricks. Aubrey! It's like the Hulk when, like, him saying he's always angry. That's Aubrey. She's always ready to smash things. Kel, you're up again. Woo! Bonk. Ooh. Aubrey, you're up again. We got nothing. But that's okay, Aubrey. You still did your best. No! What?
Oh.
It's a prisoner exploding button. What the? Let's go up here first. See if there's anything up here. Oh, it's this stall. Oh, more toilet ramen. Ooh, and undoing those spikes.
I've been stuck down here for so long, I feel like I could barely move a muscle. Huh? What's that face for?
It is not alive.
Oh no.
This is a dark game, Fastra.
Yeah.
You got tofu. What's with this letter that's like hazy? I guess you could say it came from Hazy Maze Cave. I can't get it, Fastra. It's broken.
I don't get it.
Look up It's from Mario 64. There's a level called Hazy Maze Cave. And in it, there's a letter that looks just like this. And Mario is like, woohoo! Fastra, look up Omori Hazy Keycap Glitch.
You're the wrong person.
Look it up on Twitter. Oh, look, it's no longer hazy. Alright, chat. I expect you to type that letter. I. That hint was lying in a dark cell. Ah. But it wasn't in the word puzzle. You got tofu. You got tofu. You got tofu. Alright. Oh, I already pressed that. You got tofu.
Did you already talk to the wall there?
The wall?
Yeah. Oh, wait, no. It's just decoration.
What?
Like it...
Where?
Go down. Like, see, it looks like the two little eyes that would poke out of the mailbox, and you could sell stuff.
Yeah.
It's just decoration.
Yeah, I tried pressing A. It didn't work. You got tofu. You got tofu. What? There we go. Uh-oh.
You know what would be perfect right now? Costco pizza.
Yeah.
But I didn't get the full pizza, so I don't have any pizza right now.
What were you thinking?
I should. It all could have been avoided if I just grabbed the cart. Then I would.
Yo. I found popcorn.
La la la.
You got 25 clams. You got 2 clams. First mistake going to the store is not grabbing a cart. You got that, Fastra?
Yeah, I'll grab a cart from now on, even if my mission is only to get milk.
Uh-huh. Because you never know what else you may stumble upon.
Yeah.
Like those free samples. 25 clams. 30 clams. 250 clams. And 2 clams.
Look there! We're finally at the exit.
Woohoo! Freedom at last!
Let's get out of here. I never want to see another sprout mole again in my life.
¿Qué debo comer?
Costco pizza.
No tengo Costco pizza.
Sweetheart's Castle. Wow. She must really mean business. The dungeon. It has flashing lights.
Halt, prisoners! Did you really think you could escape that easily? It's back to the dungeon for you four!
Throlin has a comment.
Speaking of a cart in store, I want to make a trip to Walmart and see what sleep pants / shorts they have. Oh, you're in need of some sleep pants / shorts? Ooh, good pop I just got on my wrist. I hope you find good ones when you go. Maybe fun ones like Toy Story or The Jungle Book.
Darn, and we were so close too.
Uh-oh. What do we do now? Think, hero, think. Come on. How do we get out of this? Oh, I got it.
The mask!
Yeah.
Ahem. On the contrary, Sir Knight, I think you have mistaken us for someone else. Yes.
Don't be so quick to judge.
I have many, but I still want more since they're comfortable and cool. I can get behind that, Throlin. Getting some new sleep pants / shorts. You're gonna be needing some pants soon as it gets more chilly.
Oh no, I have
That's
a hole in my shorts I have right now.
How did you find it?
It's like near the edge, so it's like near where the shorts become your leg. You know?
Yeah.
There's like just a hole in the hemming.
Oh.
Oh.
That old guy can fix it.
I really like these shorts. They're really comfortable.
Yeah.
We are sprout moles. We are sprout moles, indubitably.
Hoo-hoo, indeed. Ah, yes, quite. I am also a lover of tofu and sweetheart. Delicious tofu.
Egad! My eyes must have deceived me. I apologize, brethren. It is rather hard to see through this helmet. Very well, carry on then. I will resume my patrol. You lot ought to return to your stations as well, lest our dear sweetheart notices.
How's that for some quick thinking?
That was so smooth, hero. With these sprout mole masks, we'll be able to make it out of here in a cinch.
Do we really have to keep wearing these, hero? Mine is getting kinda itchy. Yes, Cal. We should keep them on until we get out of here. Come on, let's move.
Oh. You can make the statue change. Pyong. Nice candle bunny. Oh. Harold's party rolls initiative. It's a nat 1. Omori's party has the upper hand. Ha 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 ha. Harold and Therese. Harold looks more of a threat. I'll take him out. Come on, let's bash him in. Yeah. Oh, those are arrows. I see. Bow, wow. Cal grew to level 17. Hero grew to level 17. Nice. Kawaii.
Royal kitchen. Servant's quarter. the royal ballroom.
Well... My dear sous chefs, I'm afraid my back just can't take anymore. It is at this unfortunate time that I announce my retirement.
But wait, Chief! Without you, who will lead us in our task of baking a most magnificent cake for the main event?
Sous chefs, it is now time for one of you to step up to the limelight. A cake must be baked today. Our very lives are on the line.
Oh yes, I hear you, Chief. As the most capable one of us, I will volunteer and take charge of this task. I won't fail you, I promise. Hey, you there. You four are sous chefs now. Meet me in the kitchen, pronto. Good luck. You're going to need it.
Who are you?
Who am I?
Back to your stations, newbies! We don't take kindly to slackers!
I have studied the art of combat my entire life. If you all work hard, maybe one day you too can become a Lucius.
Hey, have you seen Sir Maximus around? That guy owes me some clams.
I just got.
What?
There's like a ghost sound. Like a.
What happened?
Like my sink turned on for just a second and it did, and then it turns off. It scared me so bad. Why did that happen? Like it wasn't like a drip. It was like a like if it had been turned on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm focused again.
What happened, Fastra?
I don't know. I heard water. Maybe I'm going crazy.
We take our job seriously. Sweetheart's Royal Guard only accepts the best of the best.
I love Twix. Twix is my favorite candy in the wide world.
What took you so long? Step on it, will you? I can't leave this room until I bake the best cake in existence. Are you ready to start baking? Just follow my instructions and you'll be fine. I remember the head chef's recipe by heart. Hey, don't be nervous. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. First, we must preheat the oven to 75 degrees.
What temperature do you want to preheat the oven?
Excellent work!
Then I chose the wrong one. I thought he was gonna say something.
Excellent work. The next thing to do is mix the two main ingredients in a bowl. Flowers and ping pong balls.
What? This is like Larry's verse from the Pirates Who Don't Do Anything.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. I'm doomed. I put the oven to 350. Now what's gonna happen?
Who knows?
I've been spotted! Please don't tell anyone I'm here! I just like digging in the pantry. I mean, who doesn't?
Oh. There he goes. Do you want to take the butter? Do you want to take the pickles? The fish? The eggs? The old boot? The whole chicken? God, I coconut. Keller and juice me? What the? What is that? You want to take the fruit juice? The pine berries? The strawberries? The garden soil? The flour? And the sugar. You need more ingredients. So like flour. He's accidentally said flowers, and ping pong balls, I'm assuming, are eggs. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Yes.
You're doing great. Next comes the salt and cheese.
Sugar and butter, maybe?
Yeah, beat those together until it's soup.
Digestives.
Oh, yes.
Cool.
I remember your digestives.
Now we're cooking. Last but not least, grab the sauce and cut it into pieces.
The sauce and cut it into pieces? What is this again? Fruit juice. I don't know. I don't know which one would be sauce, but also would go in the cake. I guess strawberries.
McVitie's digestives, milk chocolate flavor coating. Milk chocolate flavor coated wheat biscuits are very delicious.
Yes, I agree.
Magnificent. Now mix them all together and stick it in the microwave.
That was you making your pot pie.
That was what?
You making your pot pie, sticking it in the microwave.
Yeah. It's that easy.
Take the platter. Take the mixture. Take the cake batter. Let's put it in the over preheated oven. You baked a cake. Wow, it looks pretty good.
Ah, all done? Beautiful work, I must say. Let's have a taste.
What? I put it on the wrong temperature. This game is rigged.
Marvelous, just as I expected. Those other sous chefs will be sorry. What? You may go now, servants. Be free.
This... Man. You got frying pan. Peach's F smash. Fastra, can you explain why I put the oven at 350 and it still worked?
I don't know.
That ruined my illusion of Omori. Now I have no faith in the game.
May our late head chef's memory live on forever.
What the? You got 10 clams. You got 25 clams. The sprout mole gazes wistfully at Sweetheart's portrait. A bed for sprout moles. Smells like dirty laundry. Like Fastra had earlier.
Yeah.
Oh yes, a bowl of sweet strawberries. Would you like to eat some?
Ba 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 ba. Wait, I have digestive.
There sure are a lot of sprout moles here. They all sure love Sweetheart. I tried offering one some food earlier, but she called me a peon and threw it back at me. Sprout moles are peculiar creatures, aren't they?
You can't have a picnic with your friends? Man.
What's the glowy thing to the right of it? Is it just food to heal
The
you?
bowl of strawberries?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I already used
Yeah.
it. It says a bowl of strawberries.
I guess they hate
Fastra, do you have short-term memory loss?
Yeah.
What do they hate?
Having picnics with your friends in the pink castle.
Yeah. What? So de ma chambre oja appellera les flics. Oh, Francois! I can't understand a single word you're saying, but you're so dreamy. And Aru, do you know what that means? The French part? I know you took French for 6 years. A bed for sprout moles. Oh, the same as the other one. Sorry, I was doing homework. Oh, it's all good. What are we talking about? This sprout mole that speaks French. I wanted you to tell me what it meant. Source de ma chambre au j'appellerai les flics. Something about names in his room. Huh. It's so hard to sleep with those two in the other room. If only we had ceilings here.
The Google Translate says it's get out of my room or I'll call the cops.
What? Oh. That's funny. You got 30 clams.
I'm down to my last cookie. My last digestive.
That makes sense. I just know appel as a name referral, like je m'appelle Aru. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Fastra, how could you get down to your last digestive? They're so good.
I think you ate most of them.
I did have a lot. They were good.
Hey! Can't you see I'm trying to meditate here? You bunch are so rude!
Don't kid yourself, Cretin! I'm going to be the one to marry sweetheart! You spout delusions, twin brother! It is I who is going to marry sweetheart! Oh please, this will be no contest! When it comes to the two of us, I am by far the more dashing! Don't be foolish, brother! We look exactly the same! I just know that sweetheart is going to fall for my personality! Tisk. Nonsense, brother. When the time is ripe, she will fall head over heels over my fashionable new mustache! A fashionable mustache, you say? What mustache? All I see are a pair of nose hairs! Dear brother, you're really getting on my last stem! But I know how to settle this! Fellow sprout moles! Which one of us do you think is a better match for sweetheart?
Sprout mole or other sprout mole? Say sprout mole.
Ha! What did I tell you? I'm going to go ask sweetheart to marry me right now! I don't believe this nonsense!
Oh my goodness.
I can't believe my plan worked! Now I can finally get this room all to myself!
Huh. You got bow tie. Oh wait, I never saw what Kel's new skill was.
Oh yeah.
Juice me. Heals a lot of juice to a friend, but also hurts the friend. Ooh. Fastra, can you look up Hazy Key Glitch Omori 2024?
Wait, say it again? It cut you out.
Omori Hazy Key Glitch 2024.
J.
What's up
I got
with
a
the
key.
keys fading out of existence? Sometimes
Fastra, you didn't type.
when I find a key, it's all blurry, and I can't seem to interact with it, and I was wondering why it happens and how I can prevent it.
I know the answer to that person's problem. Fastra, you didn't type the letter in the chat.
Oh,
You used to be on top of that. I miss the old Fastra.
it's because I was looking at the tab. What was the letter?
Jay! Sweetheart is so cool. I wish I could work here forever. Sweetheart is so scary. I wish I could go home. Smash. Dang it! How did I end up in this mess? A scary-looking sprout mole named Marcia suddenly pulled me from my home and said I was going to replace some faulty staff here. In my katakana homework, it was telling me about Tsua, as in Tor. Oh yes, Tsua. I've heard that before, but my brain rot self added hook to the beginning. Hey! That's not brain rot, that's just cultured. That's your cultured self.
Oh.
That's... You should put that and see what your teacher says. Apparently the last guy got thrown into the dungeon for treason. The turnover rate here must be horrible.
Oh.
My sensei is a 70-year-old woman. I don't think she'd know. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Dear diary, today Gee, what did I do today?
That's me.
That's you trying to write your journal. I think I talked to everyone. Can you look up, why does the Omori cake bake at any temperature?
Oh my gosh. How the beep do you do the cooking minigame in Sweetheart's Castle? Dude, I'm so confused, and I killed the chef, and he was like,
I killed the chef? Oh, man.
Stop, imposters! I know what you are, and you are not sprout moles! You must be wondering how I am able to tell. You see, I am above those feeble and inexperienced heralds and marshas. I am Sir Maximus, and with my impressive lineage, I will be victorious and bring honor to my family.
Oh. What the? Okay. I'm gonna assume he means business. Bonk! 213 damage, let's go!
No, I cannot fail now. My son needs me.
Oh. 13 damage. Oh! Whoa! It was an ultimate attack. Holy moly. Bonk. Yeah! Aubrey's party was victorious.
Doodaloo.
And Tofu. Nice. Aubrey grew to level 17 and learned Mood Wrecker. What the? A swing that doesn't miss deals extra damage to happy foes. I'll leave it for now. Uh-oh. Ouch. Nice. Omori grew to level 18.
Ooh. Imagine what this would look like in real life.
Oh, yeah.
Grab Royal Chambers, grab that Royal Gallery, grab the Royal Library.
Uh-oh.
Why do they call it a natural one?
Because it's whatever the dice rolled without any addition to it.
Oh.
So like if you got like a nat 20, that means you literally rolled a 20, but if you like rolled a 16 and then added 4 to it, then that would not be a nat 20.
I see.
I believe. Kill grew to level 18. I leveled up a lot this stream.
Yeah.
Remember, you're not allowed in here unless you're a beautiful suit.
Uh-oh, OBS Studio, it says disconnected.
Oh no.
Reconnecting. Alright, I think we're back.
Back to the royal chambers. Get back.
Reconnection successful!
Or unless you are a Castella.
Ooh.
What are you doing in here? Common sprout moles aren't allowed in Sweetheart's chambers. You know the rules. Wait a minute. Perhaps you will be able to help me. Sweetheart orders me to move this statue out of her bedroom before she returns, but I can't get it to move at all. If only this thing was suddenly and conveniently smashed into itty-bitty pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Well, ma'am, what it sounds like to me is that you're in need of some destruction. And Aubrey here happens to be a destruction specialist.
Aubrey? Well, that is a very strange name for a sprout mole. Then again, Sweetheart has been running out of new names to give as of late.
Wait, Kel. Isn't that a statue of Captain Spaceboy? I would feel bad destroying it.
It's not like he's ever going to know. Captain Spaceboy and Sweetheart are a thing of the past. Live and let live, that's what I always say.
You don't always say that. But fine. I guess I can give it a shot.
I will stare at this statue and hope my psychic powers awaken in the meantime.
11 in season 4.
Okay, here I go. This time, I won't fail.
Oh.
My word! You've done it! Well, time to clean this up. Phew, you're real lifesavers. I should have known to just leave this task to the specialists.
Aw. Wow.
My! Well, this is a surprise. Turns out all you had to do was lift it from the bottom.
Huh. You picked up a pearl. Poetry by Sweetheart.
A day. And a day it was. Such a lovely day.
That's it. That's pretty good.
When you're trying to fill up the
Tasty
word
soda.
count.
Orange juice. Peach soda. A large vanity for Sweetheart's pulchritudinous face. What does that mean, Aru? An old grandfather clock. On closer inspection, it doesn't seem to be working. magnificently large pink bed. Would you like to sleep here with your friends? Yeah, sure. You found a body pillow. What is this, Fastra's room? What does what mean? This word? Fastra, do you have a body pillow?
I have the outline for one, like the pillowcase, but I have yet to have a pillow to put it on.
So technically she has one, but it's not in use. It's not full. It's not complete. It means pretty? Thanks. I think Yui is very pulchridigiminiminis. Who's the character? Good question.
Gavis Bettel, the VTuber. That's because it came with the hand signed card, so that's why. Yeah.
Fruit juice. It's not for kids.
Turtle.
I respect that, Fastra. The turtle.
How's Gavis Bettel with turtle? Beetle? No! Gavis Bettel from Holostars.
Beetle, the turtle from Neurosama.
From Holostars English, and I'm gonna meet his real life self in a week and 2 days.
Gotta save the turtles. That's why she bought it, because she cares about turtles. So she got the Beetle turtle
No.
body pillow. That's a good guess, Aru. She does like Beetle. That's crazy, Fastra. Gavis Bettel. I like turtles.
No.
Nice reference.
I don't have a body pillow cover of Beetle. I have Bettel, Gavis Bettel.
W reference, yeah. For sure, for sure. Popcorn, fries, and a whole pizza. Fastra to sign.
Aww.
A strawberry cake that smells like rosemary. Do you want to take a bite? Sure.
I'm gonna play my flute for him.
Really?
Yeah.
You gotta record it. What the heck? I took a bite of cake and I ended up here. You got jam packets. What do those do?
I haven't even learned the song yet, but I don't know.
Oh, you got it. You got this, Fastra. I still need to get my Ranny the Witch body pillow cover. Was that from, like, Dark Souls? If so, then I think I remember what you're talking about, and I don't blame you. I'm gonna look it up. I forgot.
Is it like the blue person?
Elden Ring. I was close. Elden Ring! Aru. Oh, yeah, her! Yeah. Yeah, you should get that. You should get that sorted, Throlin. Yes, the blue girl. You know I like them blue. So it says it revives all friends that are toast. So this is really good to have. It would have been helpful during the bear. I too have a blue girl body pillow.
If I could get a like an anime body pillow of like someone, I'd probably want like Leona from Twisted Wonderland, or
Yeah.
Who else? If I had to like put it at the number one, like to like fully have out and everything, I don't know.
Yeah.
Who would it be? Who do I?
Only you can say that. It's who holds your, who like comes to your mind as like someone who like you'd like to have in that manner.
UA from Cardcaptor Sakura.
I don't even know who that is. Only you can decide that. Yeah, Aru, what are you talking about? I'm trying to think of a blue girl that you would like, but I can't.
Rosalina.
Rosalina. What was I? Oh yeah, UA. Cardcaptor Sakura.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That could be. That could be a cool one.
Put him on the stream. Download his picture so you can put him on the stream. Yes. There he is. I like him with long hair.
Seal! Oh! I got you. I got you. So the strawberry cake is the cake that takes you to another world. That was really bad humming. Sorry.
Or maybe Caleb from Love in Deep Space.
Oh, yeah. Huh. You got teapot. Hero learn tea time! Heal some of a friend's heart and juice. Oh.
Thurl needs a Song Dinu body pillow.
Is that the one from Solo Leveling?
Uh-huh. Da 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 da.
I can respect that, Thurlin. He is very cool. Sweetheart's private getaway. Oh, look at the clouds at the bottom.
Ooh.
I think that's all I can do in her chambers. Wait, what? What is this? Well, this is awkward. What is that thing? Or things? Is there two?
Can't tell.
Like two little creatures? Already got it, Funko Pop, and Igris also. Who's Igris?
A cool.
Is that his... the guy who he summons?
Yeah, he fought him. I believe. The knight-looking thing?
Yeah. That cool knight. You have a pop figure of that knight too? Yup, his shadow that he brought back. Oh, cool. I can set it in the Discord. Yes. Now that you're in the Discord, you should do that as your first order of business. It's a nat 20. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, we're getting bodied. Got him.
General Lilia.
On a pillow?
Yes.
That'd be
But
cool.
only the General Lilia. I don't like how he looks with the short hair and the.
Aww.
Yeah.
Poor Lilia. You found tasty soda.
Quasimodo football. Not unrelated to my previous statement. I was just like looking at him and I wanted to see it light up.
That would be a cool body
I don't
pillow.
want a Quasimodo football body pillow.
You should just make a pillow and put that on it.
Let me through. You don't know how long I've been waiting to see Sweetheart's latest work.
Please let me in. I promise I'll write you a good review. Get back to your stations, you two. You know guests take priority.
Sent it in general chat. General Lilia should be
General
called.
Lilia, let's go.
Throlin's pop figures. Satoru Gojo, Hange,
Hanji.
Igris, Hanji, and Sung Jin from Solo Leveling. That's a nice little collection you got there, Throlin. Thanks for sharing. I don't know. I feel like you mentioned that Attack on Titan character before, but I don't know anything about him. But I know who Gojo is.
Yeah, because
I haven't seen that anime either, though.
you'd started looking her up, and I was like, don't look her up.
Thou shalt not pass!
Oh. The Royal Gallery. This month's feature is. What?
Aru knows.
It doesn't even look like letters. Aru's
Give it your best shot. That was good.
Guys, stop it! You aren't helping at all! We were supposed to have heralds guarding the entrance to the show, but I heard they all got held up at the ballroom and library! Whatever's going on must be quite the event if it's even more important than Sweetheart's latest showcase!
Look what Aru has. I mean, not Aru. Look what Throlin has.
I have a Super Saiyan 2 Gohan Funko Pop that's signed by one of the voice actors. Epic. Where'd you get it signed at, Mr. Throlin?
Welcome to the Royal Gallery. Please enjoy a complimentary tofu.
You got tofu. You got tofu.
Me and the boys are thinking about going to karaoke this week. You guys should come join us.
I didn't get it signed. I had bought it at the shop for $250. Oh. It was already signed. Gotcha. I thought maybe you got it signed at a convention. That's still a pretty cool find. Maybe you can send a picture of that one in the Discord as well. I would go to karaoke with the Sprout Moles.
I'm going to sing my heart out at karaoke this week. No one can top my cover of Don't Stop Sweetheart.
I want to go to karaoke too.
Aww. Welcome to the Royal Gallery. This month's feature is Au revoirs of Sweetheart.
On the way here, I accidentally stepped on a Sprout Mole's foot, so she called me a miserable peon and slapped me silly. I must have hurt her foot really bad. Wow, I am beyond moved by this work. The unabashed display of this artist's immense ego is truly breathtaking.
Are they talking about this? Oh, I can't go up to it. Soy sauce. Galleries are all about showing off cool stuff. They should be showing me off. I'm cool stuff too. Princess Peach's crown.
Oh. What the?
Princess Ghost looks around aimlessly as if it is lost.
These paintings, they have awakened something in me. I hope it's not permanent.
I also have Nobara Kugisaki Pop as well. I do not know who that is.
From Jujutsu Kaisen.
Let's see. Oh, the girl!
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen her before. Nice, Mr. Throlin. Nice. I have very few pop figures, but I know one of them is, I think, Mega Man and, like, Linus from Peanuts. I think both of them were gotten for me by Fastra.
I forgot I got that.
Oh, and she got me a Shigaraki pop. One that's sitting in a chair. This is you.
Wow.
That was a good yawn.
This is quite the showroom. Still, it is strange. I don't remember this castle being here before. Maybe I'm just imagining things.
A peculiar face is indented into the wall. You are not sure what it means. Another letter!
Yeah!
K.
Eight keys left.
Look what Throlin said.
It was in a hall of framed faces. That's what the... Oh, and it actually is one of the... K was actually used. I saw 2 Funko Pops at the mall not that long ago, and I had to hold myself back from buying them, both, because I needed to save money. The Hunter from Bloodborne and Red Knight from Dark Souls 3. Ah, that must have been hard, not getting them, even though you wanted them. I don't know who those are, but that is... Google. I'm gonna Google it right now. Hunter from Bloodborne. Ooh, that's cool. That's a cool outfit. And Red Knight from Dark Souls 3. Also very cool. Those aren't maybe like a pop figure. I can't imagine this detailed of a... Oh my goodness, yeah. It has it's a full armored pop figure. And let me look at the other one. Hunter from Bloodborne 3. Why did I say Bloodborne 3? It's Dark Souls 3. Ah, I see. Yeah, those are both pretty cool. I can see why you'd want them. There's a hole here. Reach into the hole. What? I felt someone hold your hand. What was that? From top to bottom. Sweetheart with the heart earring. Sweetheart crossing the Delaware. Sweetheart eating a burrito. The swing. Sweet time. The creation of Sweetheart. Sweetheartnica. The birth of Sweetheart. Sunday with Sweetheart, Sweetheart Night, Mona Sweetheart, and Scream Heart. Okay. Nice sweet art. You got ramen from the Skibidi toilet on display.
Behold! Isn't this the finest piece of art you've ever laid your eyes upon?
Yes.
Aru, have you eaten your ramen yet?
Dowan thought Dowan understood art, but after coming here, Dowan is starting to second-guess himself.
Oh, that's me. Yeah, nice. Hope it was enjoyable. I was eating, as you said, I was eating it from the toilet.
No, it was just
it
was in the game.
You're eating it at... at the same time. That's some unlucky timing there, which was mean. Fastra, you're mean.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Look, I'm talking to a cat pyramid.
What a fantastic show! This visit was well worth a trip from Orange Oasis.
Toilet Robin, it's different.
Oh. Throwing. We found out something about him today. This is you, Fastra.
You?
You be Tiffany Darling.
Oh. This showing is simply magnifique.
How's it November? What the?
I know. Like it was just my birthday.
I know. That means I'm closer to being old.
Aww.
My birthday next month.
Hey, man.
Yep.
Hey, man. You okay? You got no color in your face.
I literally just turned 19.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's your birthday next week? No way.
Hey.
You got any plans yet? 2 more months for me and I turn 250. Wow.
Are you a vampire?
Sweetheart can do everything. She can paint, sing, dance, and even make movies. I just wish you would notice me.
The statue is made as the crystallized tears of Sweetheart's enemies. Look in the mirror at myself and be depressed at the passage of time.
Same.
Sounds like a plan, Aru. Because what else can you do? Then go eat ramen with my parents because I don't have IRLs. Ah. Well, I'll help you enjoy that.
I mean, I think I'm an hour or so away, but I'll probably be working.
What if you're off on Aru's birthday?
Aru, what day of the week is your birthday? Oh, Thursday. I'm off on Thursdays. But it's okay.
Ooh.
You focus on your parents and your day.
Focus on Fastra.
We can maybe do a Fall Guy stream or something in celebration. If not on his birthday, but around his birthday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe.
No pressure, though. I'm just giving ideas.
Yeah. Got him. I'm pretty sure I work on my birthday, which I don't mind. Oh, I see. Fair enough.
I always try to get my birthday off,
Yeah, me too.
which I haven't done yet. So hopefully they'll approve it.
Oh.
Uh-huh. Ah, we're good to level 18.
Oh, yeah. My birthday's on a Saturday.
Oh, so you would be working.
Yep.
Should get on that, Fastra. I typically don't care much about working my birthday. Yui's B-Day is the day after. Oh, that's awesome.
Does she have like any treats or stuff that she likes?
Yeah, just random treats.
She deserves all the random treats.
Yes. I like giving her a bone too. One of the ones with the marrow. Oh, that's a thing. Banana smoothie. Omori grew to level 19 and learned painful truth. What is painful truth? Deals damage to a foe. Omori and the foe become sad. Guess I'll replace that one with the sad poem. Speaking of Yui, I'm gonna go walk Yui. Enjoy, Aru. Have a nice walk. Oops.
Burp, 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 burp.
Alrighty. Boom. Been streaming for just over 4 hours.
I would have guessed
I
like
was-
2. How?
It did not feel like 4 hours just passed, but wow. So I will call it there. Roland says, I was about to mention take Yui to a dog park for her birthday. Give y'all some time outside to see other dogs and maybe talk with strangers about their dogs. That does sound nice. Good idea, Mr. Throwlin. But thank y'all for watching. This was a fun stream. I'm glad we finally got past that part that I was stuck on with the maze-like part of this game and got to seeing this Sweetheart's Castle and all these moles in their little mole village. It has been very fun. And thank y'all for chatting with me. Throlin, Aru, Stacy was here earlier. Stick Amethyst as well. Thank y'all for there. No, Yui hates the part. Oh, I guess that's a no-go then. Well, if you find yourself being pressured to marry Sweetheart even though you just met her, then take care out there.
Take care there.
I took her one time and she ran to the entrance. Aww. Silly little Yui. Good night.